that was loud. All right, so we're ready. I'm a little bit behind today, and I'm getting everything up at this point. Titans just were put on the clock like 2 minutes ago, so it's not the end of the world by any means. Let me get PFF up right quick so I can be watching that. That's done. Okay. Good thing I didn't do this first. All right. All right, I'm gonna grab my coffee and we'll be right into this. I think we're completely good now. All right. Yeah, I completely almost missed this, which is funny because it wasn't noon my time. I thought it was at 1 o'clock Eastern. It's at 12 o'clock Eastern. So, yeah. Let's see. Anyone crashing out on Twitter over the draft right now? I don't think so. All right, let me get everything else up. So I think obviously Shedeur Sanders is probably the best one on here. I would love to see I just have a feeling Poles is going to deal this fourth pick. At least that's my vibe on everything. That he's going to trade that pick. He's going to trade this pick back. Grab like Steelers pick here maybe. That would be an interesting, or maybe like the Saints pick up someone's 5th round. Does anyone have 2 5s? Dolphins do. Be going back to 14. I could see that. Bears drop down to 116 from 109. They pick up an extra 5th or a 6th. Probably an extra 6th. You take Dylan Sampson or Cam Scatterboo with that one, or Devin Neal, and then your 5th round is maybe in safety. Maybe you use that to trade back up. Really, my Bears needs are Sam linebacker, which you could go free agency. Running back and safety. So 3. They have 3 picks too. So a Florida receiver off the board. Okay. That's an interesting one there. That is interesting. You got me some coffee. I have water in my ears. Jesus. Oh, Wrexham played today. Did they win? They play at 11 a.m. Isn't that right now? No, 11:30. They start soon. Ooh, and it's on Paramount. Okay. I could actually watch a Wrexham game. All right. I have so many windows open right now. It's okay. I wish that StreamerBot had why is this not working? Hold on. There it goes. All right, we're just kind of waiting for a couple of these picks to go through. If you have any questions or statements out there in chat, go for it. Does Browns management have connections to the Mannings? Or is it the Rams? Damn, Bayshaw Chutin came off the board. I know a lot of Bears fans really like that speedster out of Virginia Tech. Damn, he is fast. I would have loved him. That's a good pick. The question is there really an agreement for Cousins and Rodgers right now? That would be interesting. But I could really see the Rams trading pretty much everything. Oh, Cam Scadaboo goes off to the Giants. What a pick. Damn, that is a good pick for the Giants. Oh, I think you gotta go Dylan Sampson here. Whoops. I'm really thinking that if Ollie Gordon came out last season, he would have been a day 2 pick. I really like Ollie Gordon here. Maybe not this early. We'll kind of see. Okay, Craig Woodson. I did not see that. Chicago Bears Twitter crashing out over not Scatterboo. Crashing out over here. I'm fine. I'm fine sitting back. I'm fine with the boards. I mean my you know my needs for the Bears, and I like to see that safety depth. Running back, you have some options. I'm feeling it. I saw Jalen Royals and some mocks going much higher. Oh, Jack Kaiser. That was another one. Jags, I don't think Jags going to take Sanders. I think if Sanders goes, it's going to be the Raiders. Like that's my biggest thing. So my thing right now is I think the Steelers right now are being told, and this makes sense. This makes sense in the grand scheme of things. Rodgers doesn't want to be in another situation where he goes and signs with his team and they pick a rookie quarterback. He doesn't want to deal with that. But also Kirk Cousins wants to start and also doesn't want to deal with that. So I would not be surprised that Cousins, with a no trade clause, so he's going to waive his trade clause, is saying, I'm not going to a team until after the draft to see if they don't take a quarterback. And then Rodgers is saying the same thing. That's the only thing it could go with, because the Steelers aren't going to go with Mason Rudolph. Like, that just seems weird to me. You're going to march out Mason Rudolph and think you're going to beat the Ravens? So that's what I'm thinking has happened. Plus, I'm not sure what the date is, but I think if you sign someone after the draft, or it might be like 2 weeks before the draft, it doesn't affect comp scores for next year. So maybe that one is, but I don't remember the specific date where that cutoff is. I know it's after the draft, obviously. I would have loved Jack Kaiser on the Bears, though. Bears don't have a Sam linebacker. I like the media publicity. Because say you bring in Sanders, and if you're not starting him, the quarterback controversy issues and the media firestorm is not something teams like to deal with. They just don't. Like, if you come in and you're playing, say, Joe Flacco with the Browns, and you pick Shedeur Sanders, all that media circus around it, and it just comes with the name, unfortunately. But also, it just comes with the modern NFL that if you march out a dinosaur that is Joe Flacco and he does not look good, by week 3, the fans will be all over your ass about playing the rookie. It doesn't matter who it is. It'll be even louder, probably sooner, with Shedeur Sanders. I don't think teams like to do that. They don't like to create distractions. For the Rams, I thought the Rams might be a sleeper one, but they have connections to Archie Manning. They went to Texas Pro Day. They were talking to the Mannings there. There's a little smoke there. So I think the Rams trading out of the first round is to get ammo. So where if they have to deal 3 first-round picks to get Archie Manning to sit behind maybe a year of Stanford, because I think Stanford has another year on his contract, I believe. Let me look. Let's see, Matt Stafford. It is 2025. Yeah, so Matt Stafford has another year. And so that actually works pretty well for the Rams. Archie comes out next season. You deal your 2 first-round picks next year, and maybe you deal another additional first round there to get to the first overall pick. I mean, no team is really going to, like, that is a absolute haul. A team's going to do that. 2 current first-round picks, so you'd end up with 2 back-to-back. And there it is. There's the trade. I knew Poles was going to do it. I knew it. He wants a safety. I knew he was going to do it. I felt in my bones. I don't know what the trade is. We'll have to see. But I think the Rams will go for Manning. And so I think that's why they didn't take a quarterback. They were my other team. But for the Browns, it makes sense. Dylan Gabriel was like in the Heisman conversation midseason. Same thing with Shedeur. The Giants extensively did a lot of Jackson Dart work. They pretty much had like 5 or 6 visits with the guy. I don't remember if it was him or Shedeur Sanders, or maybe it was both. They had a representative pretty much in every single game. So they did extensive research on that. And rumor had it that the GM wanted Sanders, but Dable wanted Dart. That either way, Russell Wilson is starting. So I think that's another issue where Russell Wilson's your starter in New York. Like that's done. The one that is kind of here and there as kind of weird, the Raiders. But I think the Raiders they send a 3rd round pick for Geno Smith. NFL.com doesn't have the current trades. Oh, day 3. Oh, I just don't have it. CBS Sports should have it, maybe. I do not see. I don't see the trade. Yes, he has a shoulder or neck injury. So he is doubtful to start week 1. Don't ask me what I think. I don't know about the Tyler Shuck or whatever the hell's. I'm just as confused as anyone with that one. I have not a clue. That makes no sense to me. Because I would have thought they would have taken Shedeur. Okay, trade recap for the Bears. So the Bears go for 130. Where's the picks? So they go from 109 to 132. They're back here. And they get 169, which is a... So you get 169 here. So it's a trade back to get an extra 5th round pick. Okay, I thought this was going to happen. You're kind of betting that... I think the Bears would go with Nick Chubb. I think. Yeah, Carr has like a shoulder injury. Let me see. I'm gonna look that up. Let's see. Derek Carr's injury. So it's a shoulder injury, but they don't exactly know the extent of the injury. So the only thing we know is there's an issue with the shoulder. We don't know the resolution or clarity. And when we know, we'll report back to you. So yeah, they have no idea. I thought they would take a shot at Shedeur at 9. But they went with Banks, who's going to slide in as a guard. But ultimately, I think he'll... Penning's on his 5th-year option or on the last year of his deal. So that kind of made sense to go Calvin Banks for them. And if Penning does leave and they don't pay him, Banks just slides out the right tackle, and that's a smart one to do. So this one to Deion Walker. I thought Deion Walker would be much, much higher than this. Who the Bills? Bills took up a... Bills are trying to just stack up this defense because they've lost games because of the Chiefs and Ravens. Buffalo is just stacking defense. What is their actual depth chart at this point? Let's see. Shakir is here. Curtis Samuel. They did bring in Curtis Samuel. Laviska Shenault. They brought him in. Keenan Coleman. I'm fine with their receiving core. I'm fine with their line. They brought in Joey Bosa, but you don't know how many games Joey Bosa is really going to give you. Does that make sense? I forgot why Larry Ogunjobi is suspended. Was it performance enhancing drugs? I don't think so. Oh, these are from last season, so probably not. They brought in TJ Sanders. They have Landon Jackson. I like this. You have a Hamlin on the backside. Tyler Rapp. I like Tyler Rapp. Hairston is your right. I like this. Taron Johnson and nickel. The Giants, it's going to be pretty much on what you get from Russell Wilson. That's the only thing with the Giants concern me. I like their defensive moves. I like what they've done on defense. Their defense got a lot better. But it's Russell Wilson. So it's you need good Russell Wilson. Oh, Bears Twitter. I love it. All right. Arian Smith out of Georgia. Bro. They are going all in. Where's N? N. Alphabet is difficult. Here it is. I like it. You've went all in on Justin Fields. That's what you've done. You've gone all in on Justin Fields in the hope that Aaron Glenn can coach his defense. Also, Arian Thomas. I actually like Arian Thomas. I think he's going to be a good corner. I thought their defensive line was good last year. Like, that's going to be dangerous. They went all in on Fields. I like that. I'm a Fields fan. Didn't work out in Chicago. I definitely wanted Chicago to draft Caleb Williams. I was kind of on the fence, though, on what the haul would be, but ultimately after that draft and them going Odunze and Caleb, I kind of just agree with it from right there, because you're not paying Fields $20 million, $30 million a year. You aren't pulling a Packers, like giving Jordan Love massive amounts of money just to throw the ball to defense. Like, you're not doing that. Someone needs to tell me if Poles knows someone. Does Poles know someone in Buffalo? Because there's no other reason. They've traded with each other the last, like, they traded with them 2 or 3 times in this draft. They traded with them last year. They traded for Ryan Bates the year before. I think they also switched picks last year. Like twice. Like, okay. Eagles just stacking defensive players. I would wonder to know whose contract's coming up on that line. Because that's what it just seems to be, rotation. Aaron Smith has some speed. Okay. I don't know too much about players from like here down. That's why I have PFF up for the reference. But if Aaron Smith has some good speed with him, just as long as he doesn't drop the ball like the Mitch Trubisky pass to Mims. Was it Mims? It hit him right. It was in the playoffs against the Saints. Hit him right in the chest and he dropped it in the end zone. Just as long as that doesn't happen, you'll be fine. I don't know why they went slow here. I'm confused. Well, if you're the Saints and you're sitting here in the 5th round, do you just take Shedeur Sanders? Like, Hayner's not that. Spencer Rattler showed his ass all year. Carr, if he can't play, you're putting him on the PUP list. And from the PUP list, you can activate him anytime and you have a window. So he's not on the IR. But if you're going to do that, why would you not take... I don't know. I'm kind of confused to what the Saints are doing. Rexman's red. Okay. It would be. There's also a weird thing with Sanders. What if Sanders doesn't want to sign with the team and the entire thing? And this is some wild, outlandish, ridiculous stuff. But if he goes undrafted, he gets to pick where he goes to. I don't think he would do that because that would be silly. But it would be a big brain move. It's not like you need to be drafted or you won't survive financially. So maybe. Okay, Danny Stunsman out of Oklahoma. I think they do need help in their... Yeah, they do need help. Mario Davis, the guy is 36. So, yeah, they need some linebacker competition and some stability here. P. Werner is 25. They need something. This looks like a Cameron Williams pick here for San Fran. And not because he's the best fit. They need a tackle. It's a situation where it's not something they need someone to start. He can sit behind Trent Williams or Colton McCavitz. I think that'd be a good one. That makes sense. Come on, let's stop playing. We're playing absolutely bad football right now. Jesus Christ. Charlton's playing good right now. And Wickham lost. So if Wrexham wins this game, they're in the wow, they get promoted. Ooh, CJ West. That is a great pick. I saw a couple of interviews with him on CSGO, which were really, really good. Of Alabama, he's gonna need some development, but I mean, that man has a personality. And they got Alfred Collins as well. Oof. I think this is probably defense as well. Because what we're looking at with the Panthers. Yeah, that Nick Martin pick was insane. Yeah, I could see them going defensive tackle. I really like Nick Scorton and Emil Mellon here. Did rookie edges. What? Did he shank it? He's onside. He hits the ball. That's yeah, that's fair. He hits the ball. Yeah, that's a corner. That's a good play. What a shot! Let's go! What a shot from the 20. Oh my. What a ball. What a ball. NFL's in a TV timeout right now, so we're kind of just waiting in the NFL. Go short, one touch rocket, left side, maybe deflected. What a ball. What a freaking ball. Trevor Etienne. Okay. He'd be the third back here, I think. I really like Chuba Hubbard. That's right. Miles Sanders is out. they signed Rico Dowdle. I like that. Pair him with Chuba Hubbard. I like that. That's a good pick. And Wrexham just scored again. Brother. Yes, I know Patrick Mahomes is there. But if he goes down with an injury, hot take, Shedeur Sanders would be the second best quarterback on the Chiefs. So you're not wrong. That would be, I could see it. I can also see him. Did Dallas sign a backup to Dak Prescott? Joe Milton is there. Okay. Joe Milton is a beast. I like Joe Milton. Colts. I always come back to the point where it's the Steelers, Colts, or Raiders. But I think that's Steelers thing because Rodgers is there. Raiders, I think they're all in on Geno Smith. I think the reason I say that Pete Carroll trades a 3rd round pick for Geno Smith. I think they're riding and dying with Geno Smith. I think Pete Carroll liked the success he had with him for the year or two that he was there in Seattle. Before he retired and came out of retirement, or maybe he was fired. I don't remember what it was. I think that is the key there. However, if you're going to go anywhere and create a media firestorm of that, the only team that can handle that media firestorm would probably be Pete Carroll, but also the fact that you have one of your owners being Tom Brady. Colts, though, Richardson has some issues. You could very well draft Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round here and pretty much light a fire under Richardson and say, hey, you're competing with Shedeur Sanders. And I think Shedeur Sanders wins that job. The issue is that team is not very good. Yeah, they pull in Tyler Warren, but they are far from being anything. Even with an 8-9 game, that's a mere 8-9 record. Daniel Jones, they got not either in free agency. I really like the JTT. I can never say that. Forrest Buckner's in here. Latu, I like Latu. Latu being a rookie or going into his 2nd year. They brought in Shatavius Ward, which I wish the Bears had did, but it makes sense why they didn't. Jalen Jones, you have Kenny Moore there. I mean, that division is completely up in arms. They still have Pittman. I like Pittman. Alec Pierce. Josh Downs is there. Treadwell didn't work out in Jacksonville, but Jonathan Taylor and Khalil Herbert, that's a good one too. I really like Khalil Herbert. Yeah. Okay, I've revised my statement on Shedeur. I would love to see him go to the Colts. Oh God. They're not getting ready with the rumors. All right, they're not doing it. Here it is. Here it is. Pleasure doing business with you again, Buffalo Bills. That's funny. They have traded with them 3 times. I like the wheeling and dealing from Pulse though. I'm feeling good with what Pulse is doing right now. Woody Marks. Oh, his name is Jacavius Marks. I like the name. I like unique names like that. Really cool. But I don't know where you get Woody from Jacavius Marks. But I like it still. I really like people that have uncommon names. Even though I'm terrible at pronouncing them, I appreciate that. It gives me a challenge of it allows me to make an ass out of myself when trying to say people's names. I really appreciate that. It's humbling sometimes that even though English is my primary language and I only know a little bit of German and Spanish, when I still look at things in English, I'm still like, well, I don't even know what that is. I like it. All right, what is this trade? Do they have the tracker live now? Okay, so that was a trade up. I think I missed that. It was Texans traded up for the 116th. They give up their 7th round. Or no, they get a 7th round. The Dolphins receive a 3rd round pick. Wait, what? I think this is supposed to be a future 4th round. Chris Hunter. This is that's all backwards. That doesn't make sense, CBS. NFL have their thing up. Okay. They're a little bit behind. Jack Sawyer is length. So one of the many weird things about how that is arm length. Sawyer doesn't have the arm length. And then I wish I could combine Rumble's chats in here. Horton is a sleeper at receiver, and the Panthers need a receiver. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And if the Bears hadn't have gotten Luther Burden, I would have said he could have ended up being in with the Bears. But I like him with the Panthers. He doesn't have to be the primary guy. I really like their pick with Tet McMillan. That is great. I love to see. And then the two defensive pieces on the edge. Those were great. Ooh, Billy Bowman. What are the Falcons doing? What is this? This is the most Ryan Pace draft I've ever seen in my life. I'm glad I'm able to watch another team feel the pain and suffering of Ryan Pace. I'm confused by this. You have D Fuller and Jesse Bates. Maybe you come up and have, or Jordan Fuller and Jesse Bates. Then maybe Xavier Watts plays next to Bates. Bowman has played some slot. You have Mike Hughes in the slot. Or no, you have D Alfred in the slot. AJ Terrell struggles at times here and there. I like Mike Hughes. I don't know. That's the most Falcons pick that I've ever seen in my life. They still don't have all the trades up on NFL Network. Jesus. What about NBC? Or no, I was looking at Yahoo yesterday. Okay, here we go. Blah blah blah. What about Draft Live? Man, no one's updating their stuff at all. What is going on here? How does no one have this? I don't know. I don't even care what the trade is. Don't care. All I care is what the Bears trade is. It only matters. Ooh, Bear Carter. I like that. I like that for the Bengals. Bengals needed a little bit of help in that linebacking core. Jameer Stewart is in case Trey Hendrickson that contract goes out. I like that. Or Burks, you have Pratt Wilson is here or there. When it comes to injuries, I like this. He was a guy that was maybe hoping the Bears would come down to. Gunnar Helm, okay. trying to help out Cam Ward. That's QB. Where is Byron? Here we go. All right, 127 is the pick that we'll see if Shedeur goes to. Also, 123 is here. We'll see if Shedeur goes. Panthers traded out of that, right? Maybe Schefter. Maybe Schefter will have the trades. Okay, that Falcons or that that Texans trade. So they sent over a 2026 third round pick. Okay. I'd have to find like the team was. David Walker. I don't know much about David Walker. Out of Central Arkansas. Oh, the Charlton keeper. Okay. I was about to say, why isn't the game going? Oh, I don't know. Let me see what the Giants top. What are the Giants top 30 visits? They already took Cam Scatterby. They had that with them. Is he still here? There's no way, right? Here. If he is still on the board for the Giants' next pick, Marcus and Bo is their pick. They had a top 30 meeting with him. I think looking at a glance, he is the only one besides Shedeur Sanders. Maybe Corey Black. I'm not sure if Corey Black is still on there. There's two other linebackers that are there. And I think Joshua Farmer is still here. If he's not already taken. So yeah, I think it'll be Josh Farmer or Marcus and Bow seems like a pretty good pick for the Giants. Some they're already connected to. Oh, Lathan Ransom. I liked him for the Bears. Damn. Who's left at safety? Malachi Moore of the Bears, if he's not picked. Yeah, Sawyer, I think he's one of those guys that I don't think he's gonna give you like, the man's not gonna be a Hall of Famer by any means, I don't think. But I think he has the capability of coming in and giving you some solid years in the NFL. So he's not going to be like an insane pick, but I think he could be a solid pick with some development. And I think it'd be a good one. Looking at like the best overall. And there's Jack Sawyer, goes to the Steelers. Makes sense. Gonna be good development there. Shedeur Sanders is not pay. I'm telling you, they're gonna sign Rodgers. They're all in and trading for Rodgers or Kirk Cousins. I think you could easily get Kirk Cousins for maybe like a 6th round pick if you eat some money out of his contract. If you're not eating any of his money, it'd probably be like a 3rd or a 4th. But I think you can get the Falcons to agree to a late round pick, 5 through 7, if you take his full contract. I think that's what the Steelers are doing. There's no other reason for this. Zero. I'd honestly go with Rodgers. I would go with Rodgers. Who else do you have on that? Skylar Thompson. Maybe you can get away with taking like Howard Ewers later on in the draft and say like, hey, these are developmental guys that aren't going to be on here. They're their 3rd string. You don't need to worry about it type deal. That's the only thing I can explain from this. There's nothing else. But I think the Steelers would go with Rodgers. Okay, Packers. So what are you gonna pick that I'm gonna be like, what are you doing? That's gonna be a yellow card. Yeah, bro, you can't do that. Come on. But if Joshua Farmer would be a good fit for the Packers. Kenny Clark is what? He's not dinosaur level stats, but he's getting up there. Oh, that's a Steelers. What am I doing? Packers. Kenny Clark is what? How old? Wow, he's 29. Okay. I thought he was like 32. I was close. Erwin Sorrell. That makes sense because Rashawn Gary has been one of those guys that's just not performed up to his expectations. I mean, 7.5 sacks. I mean, that's fine. But I mean, I think you gave this guy big money. Big money. How much is Rashawn Gary getting paid? I remember the contract. It's a 20. Jesus. It's a $25 million cap hit for 8.5 sacks. Yeah, that's nope. Nope. I'm gonna say nope to that. All right, that's the first pick that I'm actually I actually agree with the Packers. That's their first logical pick. I don't think the Bears go edge though. Oh, no, Kyle Kennard's here. I would love Kyle Kennard. SEC Player of the Year, I think. And how many picks? Wow, I've completely confused that. So that's 6 picks, and you go into the 5th round. 16 picks. Yeah, I would do it. I would take Kyle Kennard and then just hope I can get one of the safeties. Could head her away. That's a smart play. Just reset it. Wow, that makes even more sense for the Steelers. I never even realized that. So I didn't watch a lot of Ohio State. Arguably, I don't watch a lot of college football to begin with, but good run defense. You're trying to stop Lamar Jackson. Jesus. Blanking. You're trying to stop Lamar Jackson. Nick Chubb is no longer in Cleveland, so you don't have to worry about that. Really, you're just drafting to beat Lamar Jackson at that point. I like that. However, you might see some little T-Rex arms. The stiff arm T-Rex from God, I'm blanking on players' names today. I haven't had enough coffee. Freaking Derrick Henry. You're gonna see some T-Rex arms of Jack Singer trying to tackle Derrick Henry, and I'm going to laugh. The memes are gonna be great. Did the Giants pick? Yeah, they picked back here. Okay, I thought the Giants had an extra pick. Who was the other one that traded back? Yeah, I think the Bears are the only one that traded back. Broncos. Broncos were the ones that traded back. And they haven't had a pick yet. Okay. Well, that's someone that had 2 picks this round. The Browns do. No, the Browns don't either. Eagles do. And Niners do. Okay. Niners are down here. One of these might be a comp pick. Okay. We're in a TV timeout. Waiting on the NFL. Wrexham's up 2-0. Ah, damn. So this is Kyle Kennard. There goes the edge at one end. Dylan Sampson's off the board with the Browns. Damn. Okay. I still like Allie Gordon here. At least that's what PFF has as the pick, so. They did those picks just haven't been announced yet. But Kyle Kennard, that's a good pick. And that's, I think that might actually be, yeah. I think Kyle Kennard could be a guy that plays because Joey Bosa left, went to the Bills. So I think Kyle Kennard might actually get a starting spot at for the Chargers. Yeah, I could really see that. I can really see Kyle Kennard actually competing and winning that starting job. And there goes Dylan Sampson. Unfortunately, that's a good pick for the Browns. Another running back off the board. So I don't know who's next. All right, does Shedeur go here? I would like Shedeur here. I could also see Marcus and Bo here. I like this pick for the Browns even more. Judkins with the speed and Sampson with the power. Okay. It's close. I like that. Anyone else going to maybe the Saints go running back? Maybe. But yeah, Jalen Travis is drafted and Shador Sanders is still there. Interesting. Okay, Jalen Lane. You're probably a role player. Man, Bears trying to crash now a little bit because Sampson was taken by the Browns. Oh God. The hilarity is real. What if Shador doesn't get drafted? This meme. Oh God. Twitter. I kind of went on the NFL here. Nothing from Baltimore. Yeah. Whoops. Ravens just kind of take best player available. The Cal linebacker. Okay, Buchanan. Did was this a trade back or yes? Jets traded up. So Jets traded up. No details on what the trade is. Rumor has it one executive, we don't know who the executive is, obviously, said that his involvement in the Sanders interview was one of the worst interviews he had been a part of in his career in the NFL. So yes, he bombed some interviews. And it wasn't that he didn't know the content or anything. He bombed them for character issues. And when I mean character issues, like if you look at his when he was up there on the podium talking to everyone, where he said something to the point of like, if you're not looking to change your franchise, don't draft me. And he had this next level of cockiness that was just like, bro, really? And then on the flip side, Cam Ward came out there with a very humbling like approach to the draft. And hey, I liked Cam Ward to begin with better. If I'm not mistaken, Cam Ward also had some stuff that he had to fight through as well. Like he started an FCS program and then ended up going, he was there for 2 years, then spent 2 years at Washington State. Washington State was meh. And then transferred to Miami to bet on himself. And he did well in Miami. So damn, that's a good pick by the Jets. Malachi Moore. Good trade up. Goes 2 picks before the Bears. Damn. Either way, I would like a safety depth here. And then 2026 for the Bears, it's Caleb Downs or bust. Like Caleb Downs or bust next year. I really would have loved Malachi Moore to come in and be the reserve safety when inevitably Brisker gets another concussion, which I hope he doesn't. I really like Brisker, but the guy cannot stop putting his head first into tackles. That it's a bit of a concern. He leads with his head and he gets concussions, and it's a really big concern. Seen some guys talk about Castro. Ooh. Linebacker experience? Does this sound like anyone to you? Ahem. Brian Urlacher? Brian Urlacher was a safety converted to a middle linebacker. Okay. And the Bears don't have a Sam linebacker right now. I like it. Quincy Riley? Okay. I expect the Bears to take a pick, and with these running backs on the board, I would really like Ollie Gordon, but I think it's going to be Devin Neal or Damian Martinez. Could be Brashard Smith. But Brashard Smith is too much like that. It's going to be Devin Neal or Damian Martinez. All right. I'm not going to spoil myself. They've made a pick. They've made the pick. Not looking at the screen right now. Looking all at the NFL draft. Don't spoil it. Okay, they needed a Sam linebacker. There is your Sam linebacker. Okay. I mean, needed a Sam linebacker. I'm happy. I'm happy with that pick. I'm happy with that pick. I like that. I like that pick. I like that. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Bears Twitter is, of course, crashing out with that one. Ooh, Jalen Royals. I like the hippo. Hippo looks good. That's what I'm gonna call it because I'm gonna mispronounce his name, but I love the pick. Fast linebacker comes in. Um, I feel pretty good with that. I feel pretty good with that. The only question is, what the hell is the Bears gonna do at running back? Ollie Gordon, maybe? All right, here it is. The Raiders. After this pick, People are saying that maybe Braden Swinson would be a good one. Which makes sense. I like that. We'll see how this works. Kickers? I have no idea. I think a lot of the kickers don't really get picked because the fact is you have to come in and you're brought in to kick. Like they want the Bears kicking at Soldier Field is much different than kicking at Hallis Hall. If you don't know, Hallis Hall is like the training camp area. I think it's on like the north side of Chicago, I think. Let me see. So it should give you an idea. So Hallis Hall is here. Okay. The Bears play all the way down. All the way down. Like around here. Where's Soldier Field? Play here. The conditions of kicking at Soldier Field are much different than the conditions of kicking way north. So in some stadiums, it's actually like that, where I'll just use that. When you're down at Hallis Hall, how they made the stadium is you have like a lot of stadiums are on level ground. What they did was they dug the field down about like 20 feet into the ground and it built the stadium up because the stadium was built like 1920. So then they built the stadium up. So it's like in a bowl. So the wind just spirals. So you can have a situation where you're on like the north end zone and the wind's going south, but you can be in the south end zone and the wind's going west because it circulates in a circle and it gets a complete because the lake is obviously a pain in the ass. There's a couple of them like that. Baltimore is also like that because it's on the water. It's at in Baltimore Harbor. So it has when you get that wind off a lake, you can get one side of the field in one wind and another one. You get this weird crosswind. So a lot of teams, they'll want them to actually come in and either kick at training camp. Green Bay doesn't have that issue because Green Bay's training camp is like outside of their stadium, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So in that case, you bring the guy in, he kicks at your facility. Your facility is where the stadium is. It's not a big deal. For those teams that don't have those facilities or those opportunities, you need to bring him in and say, hey, you need to kick at Soldier Field. You need to kick at whatever Baltimore Stadium is. You need to kick at those. And that happens. Robbie Gould, when he was on the Bears, after he had left and went to the 49ers, he had talked about how he would make time with the groundskeepers at Soldier Field, and he would travel down. He had an agreement with Lovey that he would travel down for one day or 2 days a week, and he would just kick at Soldier Field just by himself. No snappers. You put the tee out there and you just kick. And that's why Robbie Gould was so good at Soldier Field, even with that win, because he took the time to go down there and he would just kick, which wasn't a big deal because for a while you had like Maynard as the punter, and I don't remember who the other punters were, but they could take kickoffs as well. Like They aren't just strict punters. Okay, good pick. I really like Tonka Hemingway as well, but Bears already got a defensive tackle. But I think the reason why we're having a lot of kickers missing field goals and all that stuff is we had a turnover of a lot of players in the NFL, and just like we had a turnover of QBs with, it kind of really started with like Breeze and all those guys slowly retiring over time that were so good. It had to turn over the next generation of quarterbacks, the quarterback play. And there were quarterbacks that could take over from that. Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, all of those guys could take over from that. But kicker, I think it was a bit rougher of a transition for a lot of teams. This seems like a Braden Swinson pick for the Pats. Damn, Art, is PFF really that far ahead? No, I'm behind. Okay. Because I paused it. Who could, this running back situation for the Bears just also is very, very confusing to me. I don't see it. I don't see the Jets trading Brees Hall. I just don't see it. I don't see it. We're at TV timeout right now, and the pick hasn't been taken. We're just kind of waiting on the NFL. Joshua Farmer, okay. I thought that could have been Edge, but that's a good pick. Marcus Sambo here. I think the Vikings could use an edge. Or no, Cameron Williams is still here. They didn't take Cameron Williams last time. This could be a Cameron Williams pick. Could also be a center. We could also see Jake Majors off here as well. That's a good one for the Pats, though. I really like that. Big body guy, just clog up the middle. Need to figure out how to deal with this run game that the Jets are going to come out with, but also the run game that the Bills have been consistently good with. Oh, this is good. What are the chances they pick a new pope before Shadur Sanders gets picked? Damn. Bears Twitter is spicy. I love it. Oh, there's Jordan Watkins at Ole Miss. Wrexham is 20 minutes from securing promotion. That would be a wild. That would be wild. Back to back to back promotions. That would be insane. I don't think you repeat it again. Oh, that's a terrible clearance. Okay, Conqua, don't drop that ball. You're killing me, bro. I think that's one thing that PFF did point out that was pretty good. With that is a good point. A lot of people, a lot of teams kind of operate in like mid 4, but really 5 through 7. You're taking players that you like. You're not really taking players like he's the best on the board. You're taking guys to say, hey, this guy fills a need. Hey, this guy can be a good one. So the Bears picking Hippolyte or whatever his name is. I need to look at it because I'm going to get his name wrong. It's an awesome name though. Yeah, Hippolyte. That screams to me, hey, we like this kid. Draft him. Which I'm fine with that approach. I like that approach to how teams are. Okay. Thank you. That's a lighter edge. Sam Howell was just traded to the Vikings. That's a big one. We don't know what the trade is. That makes sense there. That makes sense. Ooh. Okay. So they switched this. And I don't know what the trade is yet. Hold on. They said it on PFF, but I don't know what the trade compensation is. You don't know what the trade compensation is exactly. Okay, so here's the thing. So let me visualize this. 142. 172. Is this their original pick? I'm confused what this is. Because it says swap picks 142 and 172. 142 is the Vikings, but that's the trade. There it goes. So it's reflected. 142 and 172 hasn't flipped yet. Okay. So NFL is back. Is behind. Okay. That makes sense. So the Vikings give 142 and they get back Sam Howell and 172. So let's see who the Seahawks actually want here. It could be Swinson. That makes actually sense. Seahawks want a player on there, and I could see it being Swinson. It could also be a center. Wrexham just made 3-0. That's a promotion right there. Let's go, baby. What a year. There it is. I did not see that. Interesting. Riley Mills at Notre Dame. Okay. PFF is like way back. Okay. So they pretty much straddle the Dolphins in this. I mean, this could be a safety. Let's see. Jordan Phillips out of Maryland. Okay. Don't they have two guys? Don't they already have someone named Phillips? So it's the Phillips. Okay, it's linebacker. I thought with Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant is actually from the area where I'm from. Obviously, I'm like 15 years older, obviously, but I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. Okay, offensive tackle. Embo is still here, though. Like, Embo is still here. Cameron Williams. Bro, Isaiah Bond is still here. Wow, I did not see that one. Isaiah Bond just seems like a guy that would hate himself being trapped on Cleveland. But also, Isaiah Bond sounds like a very Cowboys pick as well. Did Cleveland just pick? I don't know what pick they're on. PFF. But we're in a TV timeout, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom right quick. But yeah, Isaiah Bond, I did not think he was going to go this far down. I might have had a little bias because of the fact that I played a lot of college football 25, and Isaiah Bond was an absolute beast in the game. So maybe I have a slight bias, but I thought he would have went in the third round. I thought it was like a third to fourth round, and we're sitting here at fifth round, and he's still there. That's interesting. And here it is. Shedeur Sanders just went off the board to Cleveland. I don't get this pick. What are you doing? Not saying that Shedeur shouldn't be picked here, because he should have been picked way before this. But you wasted a 3rd round pick. This is why it's strange. You took Dillon Gabriel here. You had Xavier Watts. Like, I'm sorry. I don't get this. From the standpoint, I don't get the pick. Yes, Shedeur being picked by the Browns makes sense. The issue I have with this pick is you spent a 3rd round pick on Dillon Gabriel. If Shedeur was gonna, like, if Shedeur kept on falling, your 3rd round pick. You have Xavier Watts here. He's an upgrade. Jalen Smith is here. You also have 2 tackles. Then you go in the 4th round. Cam Scatterboo is here. So, well, I mean, you already didn't they take it back? They took Dylan Sampson. So you had Cam Scatterboo here. Jack Kaiser, they're gonna help. Dylan Walker. Dylan Walker can help in here as well. Like, on top of that, I mean, receivers. I don't get this. It's not, so like I said with the media firestorm, that stuff, that doesn't make sense. It does make sense to an extent. What he said at the combine, his interview processes, the rumors with it. But what doesn't make sense is you just spent a 3rd round pick on Dillon fucking Gabriel. Why? Why? Shedeur's gonna start. He's gonna start week 1 if you're not starting Joe Flacco. So why did you waste a pick on Dillon Gabriel? I'm sorry. This is the issue. Jared Wilson, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant. Like, I don't know why you don't take an offensive lineman. You have one of the worst offensive lines in the league. I don't get it. I don't get what the Browns are doing. Yep, and there it is. Wrexham's promoted. And there it is. That's a very good pick by the Pats. I am. Okay. Bears just traded up. Well, wait, we just traded back again? Hold on. What round are we in? We're in the 5th, right? We traded 148 with the Rams, exchanged for 195. In next year's 4th. So Bears are like yeeting these picks into the sun, I guess. Nope. There's no excuse why you can't be inefficient. They're yeeting them into deep space. All right. All right, if you want to see the reason why people are saying Shedeur might be, here it is. If you want to see it, there is the report with that. The idea was it was an issue. Who knows if it's true or not? We'll see how it is, but it's looking like that is the case. So the Bears do get a 4th round pick for next year. All right, Isaiah Bond. This would be a very Isaiah Bond. That would be a big one. I think he'll be fine. I think Shedeur's gonna start there. It's just if you're taking Caleb Dillon Gabriel in the 3rd, both of your guards are over 30, and then you are going for you signed Tevin Jenkins, who has never played more than 10 games in a season, also at guard, but he's a monster. He's probably better than both of your guards, but he can't stay healthy. You take a guard in the 3rd round. I just don't get that. Actually, I would like this. You trade back for the Bears. You trade back in the 5th round. You get the Rams 4th round. You send that Rams 4th round to the Jets for Breece Hall, who wants out of New York. Boom. There's your 2nd running back. There is your power to complement Swift. That would be a good one. Ooh, Jaden Blue. That's a good scat back for them. Reminds me a lot like Tyreek Hill. I actually have not Tyreek Hill, Tariq Cohen. And I have a signed Tariq Cohen. He's one of my favorite Bears players. I have a signed Tariq Cohen jersey. That was the 4th-round pick that we sent to the Chiefs for Joe Thuney. We replenished that pick, so we'd have the Bears would have all picks next year. I think the Colts would have went Shedeur though. I think they would have. Bears Twitter though is crashing out over the trade backs. I actually like it. I like the trade backs for the Bears. All right, another corner going to the Dolphins. All right. I like it right now. It's been pretty good. Pretty good for the most part. Who's the best remaining at this point? Marcus and Bo is still here. Cameron Williams. I mean, there's a couple of good players for teams that want to power back. Devin Neal still here. DJ Giddens. Damian Martinez. I just screw up my best available. I did. I do like Ali Gordon as well. So where do the Bears all the way trade back to? 169. So they have 169. $195. Wait, what? Have they made a pick today? Okay, they did with Ruben Hoplite. Okay, that's right. They traded back, pick up an extra pick. The trade back with the extra pick is the extra pick next year. Okay, that makes sense. For a second, I was like, what? Where's another pick? There's DJ Giddens. Good selection by the Colts. Please tell me it's at home. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. If the Browns game is earlier in the season and Shedeur Sanders actually starts, I want to go see that game. I want to go see that game. That would be the bro. With Dennis Allen's defense against Shedeur Sanders and beating the living hell out of the Browns, oh my lord. Oh, that would, oh, the feeling of that would be so good. I'm sorry. Oh my, oh, wow. I just realized something. Bears play the Browns. Probably a rookie quarterback. Bears play the Steelers. Either going to be a long-term vet or it's going to be Mason Rudolph. Saints, likely going to be a rookie quarterback. Who knows if Dak Prescott will stay healthy. You have JJ McCarthy, technically his first year, so at play. Russell Wilson with the Giants. And then on the away, Raiders with Geno Smith. Like, wow. This is going to be a fun year. Here's Shamir James. I'm glad I'm not listening to ESPN because ESPN is crashing out over where Shedeur Sanders was picked. Mel Kiper has went like full dumb. We'll call it. Just fully retarded at that point. It's just bad. I just don't. I get that Shedeur fell and it shouldn't have happened, but ESPN has hitched their wagon to not so much non-sports stuff that it's painful. And it's why things like PFF actually got the following it did, and a lot of these other things, because ESPN stopped doing a lot of sports and tried to like hone in on the cultural aspect of stuff, which is what happens when Disney buys you and Disney does it. So. There it is. I told you. Dave, I'm pretty sure you're probably. My guess is you're probably a Giants fan. Maybe. That is a great pick for the Giants. Marcus and Bo. That's a fantastic pick. Fantastic pick. All right, Steelers, it's your time to take a quarterback. I love this. So Luther Burden, I'm going to watch the press conference that he had with the Bears today. When he's asked about the no block, no rock mentality that Ben Johnson has talked about and what he thinks about it, I feel like it describes me the best. I feel like that's fair. You know, I mean, you want the ball, but if you don't block for your teammates, there should be a consequence. I love to block, so they ain't got no problem with me. I love it. Luther Burden is coming in this like, I'm going to come out and be a physical player. Like a straight physical player. Like, that is insane. This is still a very good pick, though. Oh my lord. This is the state of Bears Twitter right now of not getting a running back. We love our linebackers in Chicago. You guys fucked up my whole day. Why the fuck have you not gotten a running back? Oh. Oh, okay. Got that trader safety. Okay. Oh, damn. This. So Deion Sanders said there was no way in hell if I'm a young QB, am I going to Cleveland? I'll pull an Eli Manning if possible. And Cleveland just took him. Oh my, this is gonna be a fun time. God, is this trying to sign players and all of that is going to be a hilarious time. There's Elijah Roberts. Couple of guys that I'm kind of shocked haven't gone yet. Devin Neal, Mitchell Evans, Damian Martinez here. I've seen some with Dorian Strong. My big shocker is really Isaiah Bond. Like, but Isaiah Bond, when do the that's a very New York Jets pick, but also I could see Isaiah Bond with the Eagles, the 49ers. I could see him with the Seahawks. I could see him with the Bills. I'm very confused. I mean, we're in the 5th round. He seemed like a decent player. People still crashing out. I love it. Or we're kind of waiting for the Chargers. Hunter Lambert Smith out of Auburn. Okay. All right, we're just kind of Packers. This is going to be interesting. Let's see how hilarious this pick is. I mean, even as a Bears fan, yes, obviously I don't like the Packers. I still, from a standpoint of you drafted 2 more receivers. Belton that early was kind of confusing as well. I felt like it's a draft where you fell in love with players, so you just take your players no matter what that you like, even if you overdraft, and it just wild. Just wild. But there's a realignment going on in the NFC North, so okay, Colin Oliver. This kind of makes sense. This makes a little bit more sense. I don't think the Packers screwed this one. I like Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper, but still. You have a Sam linebacker. Isaiah Duffy is 25. I mean, you're bringing in someone to compete. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that Steelers pick's gonna be interesting. This pick is gonna be interesting. Quarterback. I could see Will Howard there. Okay, you play a little bit of edge. Play a little edge. That makes sense, actually. He's still here. He's still here, but where's Chicago picking the 6th round? 19th. That's going to be interesting. I don't think the Bears are going to trade up. It's just not what Poles has really done. In all his draft interviews, he said he's allowing the draft to come to him. So I don't think he's going to trade up. I think he traded back because there's some players that weren't there that he liked. All right, Eagles just took Samuel Mondin at linebacker. Wow. The Eagles are just stacking right now. I wonder if I can see the I'm gonna flip me to this side. Nope. I'm gonna stay on this side. I'm gonna come up with another window. Is no, not that one. Only I'm not gonna change it. Ooh, okay. Good linebacker. Eagles at this point, just wow. They just stacked their defense. Have they like Jesus? That Eagles that Eagles defense is going to be dangerous. That's insane. Okay, Mitchell Evans going to the Panthers. We're still out for some. Will Howard. Will it be a Will Howard pick here? I think this could be. This could be the pick where Will Howard goes. I would not be surprised. He's just a big-bodied QB. Reminds me a lot like Roethlisberger. And they had some success with Roethlisberger, obviously. Mitchell Evans. Oh, Mitchell Evans is the previous pick. Okay, a DT. Interesting. Okay. That makes sense for Mitchell Evans, though. Like, sure, I would have liked, like, I like Notre Dame tight ends. Obviously, he's too much like Cole Kmet. That is the Steelers not taking one is crazy. But at this point, Chargers took a running back. I don't see them taking another one. Let's see. Yeah, I don't because they have Najee Harris, Mari Hampton. Okay, yeah, they went Gatson. Who's next? Like Seattle? Seattle could. Tennessee could. And Philly won't. So, I mean, if Bears want to go with a running back, it's there. The Chargers are going straight vertical, man. Titans have went just pure need. Like, I'm all for that. I mean, Titans identified what they needed and said, we're going to attack just straight needs. Quarterback, receiver, edge, safety. Add in a tight end. Ooh, there goes Torrey Horton. There you go, Finn. Goes to Seattle. That's a good pick by Seattle. Bro, ESPN, you're drunk. The best fit is definitely not Will Howard. It's definitely not Will Howard. You're drunk. You could see a guard here. Or you could see a center. I'm surprised that Jake Majors is here. I think the Bears would like to take Jonah Monham. So yes, he's a center, and yes, they just took Tallman in free agency. But as his time as USC, he played everything from both guard positions to right tackle. So I think Monham would be a great one here. See, started 18 games at right tackle, 12 games at center, 12 games. Actually, he did play left tackle, and he played right guard. So the only one he hasn't played is left guard, actually. So this would be great. Like this would be that would be a big one. Plus, you're kind of reconnecting him back to Caleb Williams. That would be a good one. Two linemen just came out the board. Jackson Slater, Tennessee. I've seen a little bit for Bears Twitter wanting Jackson Slater from Sacramento State. And then Drew Kendall from Boston College goes to the Eagles. Did Pulse just trade again? No. They didn't. No. No. There's no way they just traded again. The Bears are on the clock. All right, the pick is in. I'm not going to look. Okay, so I'm not against this. I'm not against this. I don't know much about Zach Frazier. However, I have a special place in my heart for UTSA. And that is because of Mr. Hurricane and his UTSA franchise. I don't know much about Zach Frazier though. Let's see. Let's read his bio. Possesses a rare blend of length, speed, and size potential. He reroutes and widens receivers' long arms when he gets his hands on them. He ran the fifth fastest 40 for corners, 4.36, and safe stride for stride with receivers on tape. Frazier closes well and jumps routes while breaking on passes. His length, range, and eyes make him effective in zone coverage too. With small hands, Frazier drops some catchable interceptions, but he's always running the ball and tied for second in FBS with 6 interceptions in 2024. He misses some tackles, but is a good run defender for a corner and has the size to continue to get much better. Okay. I'm actually fine with that. And here's why. And here's why with this. You have obviously Jalen is your starter here. Tyreek Stevenson has some discipline issues. That Washington game, he's been flagged for pulling people's mouth guards out. The discipline is sometimes lacking. Terrell Smith taken in the same draft. Do you really pay these guys going into next season? Not next season, but 2026. You go in and take a guy, he's there. Nahshon White, I don't think he's going to be like, I mean, that's a reserve contract. Nick McLeod, this is another reserve contract just to see what happens. Amir Speed, another reserve contract, what happens. So, I mean, you bring him in and he's going to put some good stuff. I mean, Josh Blackwell is probably your best bet here to stay on here. But, yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this pick. Okay. I like this. How old is he? $24. All right. I actually like that. Hey, Bengal got his thing. Marcus Hemba out of the Giants. Okay. Again, Bears Twitter has no idea. I like this pick for Dennis Allen. Reading his traits and everything, his size. I like it. I like it with that. Ooh, Miles Frazier for the Lions. Okay. That's a good one. For PFF, however you feel about PFF, enjoyed a breakout year in 2024. Posted an 85.9 PFF overall grade in his first season as a full-time starter. He was tested 38 times in coverage, allowing just 18 catches while picking off 6 balls and forcing 8 incompletions. I like that. I mean, he's going to be a guy that is going to need some development, but I like it. I like it. I would say this is a very Detroit Lions pick. Wow. PFF's allowed 0 sacks. I mean, this would be great, but I think right now the Bears need to build some defensive depth. There's Chris Paul. That's not too bad. Still waiting at TV timeout right now. I'm liking some of these picks. Bears Twitter, of course, crashing out like always, which I find is hilarious. I really feel like this is a change of feeling, at least for a lot of these teams, especially the Bears. Like typically, it's if the Bears don't pick a good player, like that's it. They're not going to get a good player. Interesting enough, the Bears are coming in and taking players and saying our coaching staff can coach these guys, and I'm actually. It feels like a change of pace on things, and not something that is typical. All right, well, Isaiah Bond go to the Cardinals. I feel like Isaiah Bond to the Cardinals is a very Cardinals-esque pick as well. Benny and Rice, fuck them running backs. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. All right, we're almost through the 5th round here. All right, I might as well just get something to eat right now. I'm gonna eat. All right. The Bills went tight end and then Denzel Burke. This is what you get for potentially taking for complaining about potentially taking Genty in the first down. Now we have to suffer through another Swift RB1 season because of karma. I would partially agree with that. I'm gonna turn that off while I'm eating. You don't have to watch me eat if you're not eating. Devin Neal's still here. They're taking edge. Okay. This was a trade up. I think. I think. Yeah, it is. So the Ravens had a pick that straddled the Bills anyway. So Jets traded up. Kind of weird that Isaiah Bond is still out there. No more defense for the Bills. Trying to prepare to deal with Mahomes. And Lamar Jackson. All right, we're good. Pork chop with rice. Love me some pork chops. Yeah, I think this is yet again another defensive player, which I'm not against. Here you go. Summary of the Bears. Chicago trades to Buffalo, trades back to or no. Buffalo trades to Chicago, back to Buffalo, back to Chicago, back to Buffalo, back to Chicago. Which is quite hilarious. All right, we'll see. Where's the Bears pick at this point? It's like mid to late, right? 19. I mean, so what you're looking. There's 4 running backs, or actually 5. I'd like Neil, Martinez, Braden Smith, Taj Brooks, and Ollie Gardner in there. So there's 5. Um, Monham would be one. Cameron Williams would be another one. Yeah, Castro, Jalen Reed in here. You have a couple edges. So there's a lot of picks for the Bears to still go. A Kyle Cone, okay. Do the Rascars from the Bears players. Zach Frazier was a pretty good Rascar player. Needs to add a little bit of weight, but that's fine. Bench was good. His height, very tall. Hand size, not the greatest, but good arm length. Elite level speed, ran a 4.3 in the 40. Agility is pretty decent. The cone, the broad joint, so it's a little bit of explosive off the backside. For Hippolyte, the composite side isn't great. You're talking about a guy that's a 5'11". His weight's fine at 236, but needs to get a bit stronger. I'm not sure how old he is. It is possible he's a younger. He's a younger. Let's see. Oh, light. How old is he? Trying to find how old he is. Yeah, I don't know how old he is. Hold on. Damn. Ollie Gordon is going to the Dolphins. Damn. That sucks. That sucks. That would have been a good one. All right, Draft Buzz says he's I don't know what age he is. I don't know how old he is. It's not actually on his thing. But if he's like 22, 23, I would actually be fine with that. Yeah, I'm not sure how old he is, but if he's a decent one, a decent like if he's like 22, 23, he can get a lot stronger with that. So I'm fine with that. His Ras, he was pretty elite speed for a linebacker, good agility, good explosive. So it's just the size for Hippolyte. So Turner couldn't do the running stuff, which makes sense. But I feel like it I think he could be I think he's gonna be a big player. Um Eagles taking a quarterback, a backup quarterback, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. It needs something. That's a good one. Hey, it's your first kicker. Someone asked about a kick. Gabe, you asked about a kicker. There it is. First kicker goes to the Pats. There we go. I will say Derek Harmon's story. I'm glad he was picked in the first round. The man had his draft party, got drafted, immediately went to go visit his mom in the hospital. She's on life support. Told him she was drafted, and shortly after told his mom that he was drafted, she passed away after that. That is pretty crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, damn. Bro, Zach Frazier is. Jeez. This man is tall. Playing good man coverage. This is a Dennis Allen pick. Tracks the ball in the air pretty well. Pretty good awareness. Like, and he has very good closing speed. I like it. I like this pick. This is going to be a pick that big, long, lengthy. Okay, there goes Devin Neal. Big, long, lengthy corner can gum up and play some man coverage. Play a physical type of defense that Dennis Allen wants to play. I like it. I like it. Oh, we're kind of just waiting, slow but surely. Will Howard. I swear, if Pittsburgh doesn't take a quarterback, this is going to be interesting. If you don't go. Oh, it's Ben Devine. Ben Devine is that's the stupidest trade I would say. Why would you send Cole Kmet to the Jets straight up for Breece Hall? That's silly. That is silly for the Jets to do in reality. I think at this point the Bears might trade out of this pick too. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Although I would not be opposed to an offensive lineman here. Monum. I wouldn't mind Monum and Majors. Monum is a good one there though. We'll see. There it is. Will Howard has been taken by the Steelers. There it is. I called that. I called that. I think there's questions though. All right, we'll see if the Steelers actually sign Rodgers, or if they trade for Cousins. That's gonna be interesting. That will be interesting. All right. Finally, NFL's out of a. Oh, I gotta show this one. Here you go. Draft a running back or go to outer space. Oh, we memeing right now. Oh, that was a good one. So people are saying it's Rashid Smith because of or Brashard Smith. Hmm. That could be a good pick. I'm not a fan of the pick. Jalen Reed taken by the Texans. That's a good pick. I do like that. I feel like that's a very good pick. Matthew Golden will wear 22. Ew. For receiver? Ow. Yeah. Yeah. For receiver? Eh. It's very weird. But I'm very in tune to the old ways of numbering. Also, who is it? PFF just cringed at it too. Ooh, Riley Leonard. So the Colts go with the quarterback. I knew that they would go into quarterback at some point, but they go Riley Leonard. Quinn Ewers, man. I don't think he would have had up there, but I don't think there's anyone else. I think he's going to go undrafted. I mean, when I'm looking at, here, let's do it like this. Buffalo doesn't need one. Mitch is there. Dolphins just took. Dolphins could take one. No, here Jets may, but I don't see it. Maybe Cowboys take Ewers. They traded for Sam Howell. Yeah, there's not a lot of teams that would go quarterback. Interesting. Riley Leonard with this. I wouldn't mind Poles trading up into the 6th, later on in the 6th, taking Monim, trading that 7th round, and maybe a future 7 or a future 6, and just riding this draft into the sunlight. I don't know what, maybe the Colts would go. Guard. Maybe like Joe Hubbard out of Wisconsin might be a decent one, but so Seth actually had a medical issue, ruptured his Achilles. So maybe that's it. Maybe it would have went higher if I didn't tear his Achilles. Or ruptured his Achilles, I should say. Man, Skip out here crashing out, man. He thinks that Shedeur Sanders should have went 1 overall. I'm sorry, but Cam Ward is just better. Shador should have went ninth to the Saints though, but I don't know what the Saints are doing. Or at least the Saints should have drafted him instead of Tyler Shuck. Okay. I mean, that's just trying to get someone good. Isaiah Bond to the Eagles. I mean, Eagles just went all defense. I wouldn't hate it. Okay. Miles Hinton, that's a good pick out of Michigan. Isaiah Bond falling like this is crazy. And then you also have another one that everyone was big on. So Bond's still here. Tez Johnson is still here. Speedo is still here. Like, those are my biggest shockers right now. All right, so Ravens took that pick because of the Justin Tucker stuff. Makes sense. They probably worked out some kickers or whatever. I like that. Developmental. He doesn't have to play. There's no real pressure. I think that's a pretty good one for the Eagles. I don't even know how to say that. Bryce Capeldu? That is an interesting. That's a hell of a name. I like it. PFF is a little behind now. The NFL's actually hammering out these picks pretty quickly. Teams are picking pretty quickly as well. All right, we have two more picks. If the Bengals don't take a running back, I don't think Jacksonville will take a running back. Because they took Brayshawn Tootin. They already have two other running backs. There goes Taj Brooks to Texas Tech. I think the pick is Miami running back Damian Martinez for the Bears. Okay. That's a decent pick. Now here it is. All right, Bears are picking. They didn't trade this away. I'm not looking at it. It's a tackle. Monum is there. Why? That is. I'm confused by this pick. I'm confused by this one. I I I'm just so this is why I'm confused. When you're looking at the Bears picks, Monim fits well because you have dominant center. If he goes down, you're playing Ryan Bates, who had a shoulder injury and is known to have a shoulder uh, arthritis, tendonitis, where it prevented him from snapping the ball and playing center. So you had to use him at guard. So your center is Doug Kramer or Ricky Stromberg. I don't get the idea there. I'm I'm confused by that. It's just I get that you're building trenchers there. I just don't think it's the right trench pick, is all. I mean, if Damian Martinez keeps falling, you have to pick him, right? I don't think it makes it there. Yeah. He has a good RAS score, but I don't know. I think Monham, when it comes to actually performance, I would like Monham more, but it's a death piece. Who knows at this point? I just don't get the idea that maybe Jonah Jackson's the backup center. I think that is the idea. Who's the backup center? It's Jonah Jackson. I don't know what the Bears are doing with this run game now. Ooh, there goes Graham Martz, quarterback. Okay, that's a decent pick for the Packers. I guess we'll eventually see how this seventh round pick. We're still in the sixth. That's another good trench pick for the Chargers. This is an interesting thing for the Bears. Who knows? You could always have a trade. Like, I really like DeAndre Swift when he's on the perimeter. When it comes to up the middle running, I am just not big on DeAndre Swift between the tackles. He needs good blocking. And what I mean by good blocking, he needs like straight good blocking and pretty much not be touched. The instant he's touched, he can't fight through that contact. We'll see what they do. I'm wondering if the Bears are just fine with a guy like Raheem Sanders. It's South Carolina here. I wonder if that's the play. If the play for the Bears is, yeah, there's a couple of backs that we really like that might end up falling. There's a couple backs in free agency. I'm fine waiting until Raheem Sanders is there as a UDFA and take Raheem and see if you can just pull in Raheem Sanders. All right, here it is. Isaiah Bond. I wouldn't mind this one. Isaiah Bond, the Cowboys. I would laugh if the Bears went after this is done, pulled in Tez Johnson, a receiver, and then pulled in Raheem Sanders. Yeah, at the end of the day, Bears will have to add probably two running backs here. Let me look at the let me look at the roster for the Bears. Yeah, they have 4 running backs on the roster. So they are gonna, and we don't know the, I don't know the status of Ian Wheeler right now after coming after that knee injury. So the reality is, when you're going into camp, you need to at least add 2 more. 2 is probably the good spot if Wheeler's there. So you go into camp with 6. But if Wheeler's not there, you need at least 2. Like, you need to add backs into camp. Hey, Wester, receiver from Colorado, went to the Ravens. Interesting that Tez Johnson, who had a fast 40, a little bit of a wall route, raw route runner, is not there. Did I miss something? Pivot O-line. Okay. Interesting. Isaiah Bond is still falling. Eagles. That's a good pick. That's a good development pick. This is a good freaking pick for Philly, man. Sit back, good coaching, teach good fundamentals. I think it's good. 2 or 3 years. Just sit back, allow him to learn. Kind of Lane Johnson. Have Lane Johnson mentor him. Have other guys on the offensive line mentor him. That is big. Looking at the draft by teams, I really think probably the best low-key draft is the Steelers. Or not the Steelers, but the Eagles. Todd Campbell falls to him. That's good. You don't know if Nakobe Dean had that late injury in the season, so you don't know if he's going to be back on time. Jahad Campbell takes that. Makuba, great ball skills. Ty Robinson to plug in the middle, like that's a good one. Corner. Then you go back to linebacker. Like this is a good one. I like that. Which I think that's the biggest thing. The Eagles don't have to spend a lot on skill positions because of what they have. Bills also went tackle as well. Got Luke UConn. My favorite probably rebuild draft, what we have going so far is the Panthers. I really like their edge players. Jimmy Horn Jr. going to the Panthers. That's a good one. Oh, that's the last pick the Panthers have. Okay. Go Antoine Powell route again. Philly is just stacking this defensive line. Jesus. Wow. Okay. I think we have what? All these are comp picks. I mean, Bears are 17 in the 7th round. I'm sorry here. Maybe you give up 2 7s, trade up, get Damian Martinez, and call it a day for Bears. Maybe you do that. I think Eagles, again, if I had to take money, if I had money on this, I think Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl again. So the Jaguars have agreed with their first UADFA before the draft's done. Don't ask me how. Is he not here? So someone did, but I'm confused because I don't even see this guy, this player even in the list. Oh, it's a very weird portion. Okay, another big guard out of Texas, another SEC guard. Just kind of looking through. I don't really see any. There's no like trade rumors or anything like that. I'm just I'm there's a couple of guys where I'm kind of confused where they aren't picked yet. Like I'd figured Damian Martinez would be picked. Are we no, we're not. 4 picks before 7th. Jeez. Yeah, Sanders. Yes and no. I do see why he fell. However, to the 5th, no. Like where I had him going, where I thought I was gonna have him going, is here. Saints in the 2nd round. Or someone trading up because they want that 5th-year option for him. So they trade up in the 1st, kind of like what Baltimore did. They traded up to 32, I think it was, and took Lamar Jackson. I thought someone would do that. So like someone in here would trade up. Yeah, I'm the 2 questionable picks where I'm like, what is going on? Schlau or whatever the hell his name is. I don't get that. There were better options at this point if Carr isn't playing. And then my other one is in the 3rd round, you're the Browns, and you take Dylan Gabriel, and then you take Shadir Sanders in the 5th. Why? It's confused. Oh my lord, Raiders finally took a quarterback, Tommy Mellott from Montana State. He's more of a Taysom Hill type. That's interesting. They're going full Geno Smith. Yeah, I think they're going full Geno Smith here. They're the only ones that haven't drafted an actual legit quarterback. I think here could be a running back, unless someone falls. That Browns war room just looks like they hate themselves. Damn. I can't do this. I'm at a loss for words. This is likely your Saints week 1 starter. And not Shedeur Sanders. All right. Be ready for it. Okay. I can't. This guy is just like, nah, bro. I don't want to be sacked. I don't want to hold on to this football. Oh, I've seen it all. Oh my lord, that is. I can't do it. Raiders just took Cam Miller. I'm confused by this, but I love it. Ah, okay. So Isaiah Bond has some off the field issues. I did not know that. Okay. That makes a lot more sense to me. Ah, okay. So Isaiah Bond has actual legal issues off the field. Okay, makes sense. I am kind of like, I think someone would have taken a chance on Tez Johnson or Xavier Respito. Elijah Badger is also here. Like, if the Bears can get one of these two as a UDFA, I would. Oh my god, that would be good. I just don't see it. Okay. So career production versus athleticism. Uh, Luke Newman's up there. Okay, the more and more I see about Newman, the more and more I like the pick. However, I'm still confused on what it is. Okay, Toya going to the Cowboys. This is gonna be an interesting. Unfortunately, PFS talking about Caleb Downs and my hopes and dreams for next year on the Bears having Caleb Downs is probably dead. I might as well just have the copium right now. And there's Jack Nelson. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that's not the same one. That's no, that was okay, Thomas Fedone. We're going a little bit faster now. Bears down here 17. If they make that pick, I think that'll be it. God, I would also love to see Caden Proctor at left tackle for the Bears. But that's like a top 5 pick. I don't think the Bears get that. They'd actually have to shit the bed this year. And I don't, the division is so open. I don't think the Bears shit the bed for that one. Jeremiah Love is also someone I would love to have. If Martinez keeps falling, it might be the Bears pick. It seems like a Bears pick there, or the fact that it say if Monham. I think it's a good one right now. Like, I crashed out the first day. I wasn't angry, but I was like, okay, how does Colston Loveland really help us run the football? But at the end of the day, I don't think Ben Johnson gives a fuck about running the football. I think this man is just like, we're going to just we're going to pound the ball down your throat through a short passing game. I think that's what Ben Johnson wants to do, and it shows with Luther Burden. I think Trapilo will end up being the starter at left tackle. If they don't, I don't see them flipping Darnell Wright, because then like Darnell Wright's there, then Braxton Jones competes with Darnell Wright, which is kind of weird. So it's easier just to have Trapilo just compete at left tackle. I think he'll be up there as probably the starter week 1. Like, a lot of their issues with him and Braxton Jones are very similar. Shamar Turner is going to be a good rotation. He doesn't have to be impactful day 1, which it was great. Oh, Burden? That's best player available. Luther Burden behind Petro McMillan is the best receiver in the country. I don't know what they were thinking in Tampa. I like Egba Abuka. I don't know what they were thinking because Burden was there. The Packers crashed out with Golden. I don't know what they're doing. That was ridiculous. But I think Trapilo is here because of this pick here. I think that's the only reason. The Bears brought in Belton for a top 30, and I think they really thought he was going to be there in the 3rd. And them taking Belton, I think not only did it screw over like how the Bears probably had their draft board for the 3rd round, where the hell is he going to play? I guess they're going to sit him year 1. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but I think what they were thinking was this 24th pick, because he's taken what? He's taken two picks. 2 picks before Trapilo. I think that was their 2nd round pick. I think that was the Bears' 2nd round pick because they didn't have that 3rd. They wanted to get Belton. Belton would have been starting day 1 at left tackle, and that would have been good. So it wasn't a trade down. So think about it like this. They moved from 41 and they traded down to 60, whatever the hell it was. So they traded down from like 10 to 24. But then they moved up from 10 in the 3rd to 30 in the 2nd, and then picked up an additional 4th. So it was kind of one of those things where they technically traded up as well. Yeah, but he's not getting re-signed, but his contract's up after this year. So you're still running with let me look at the depth chart. When you're looking at him, Rasheed Walker is still going to be there, and they're having Rasheed Walker compete with Belton. There goes Bonham. Damn. I just don't see it. But I think because of that pick by the Packers, Trapilo is probably the best one. Unfortunately, Trapilo would start day 1 at right tackle, but we don't need a right tackle. We need a left tackle. But I think Trapilo can learn that left tackle. But I think if we would have taken Belton, if Green Bay hadn't taken him, Belton would have been the pick. I'm half and half surprised. So Nick Chubb and J.K. Dobbins is still there. Is still in free agency. Chubb's 29, turning 30. J.K. Dobbins is like 26. So you still have 2 free agent options there. With that in mind, Breece Hall has asked for a trade. We also recomped that 4th round from the Chargers. So we have our 4th round back that, well, that's our 4th round, but we got their 4th round, which was the 4th round we sent the Chiefs. So now we have a 4th round next year. We could easily deal a 4 to a 7th round and get Breece Hall. I'm actually surprised Breece Hall has asked for a trade, because I think the Jets will be pretty decent. I think the reason why Fields was not great in Chicago is because his offensive coordinators were not great in Chicago. Damn, there goes Martinez. I feel like that might have been the Bears' pick there. What's the thing? I think the issue is, was it Saleh that was there? I mean, he was maybe there for 2 years. Once you start having too many turnovers at coaches, you start having the situation to where you start getting people wanting to go off. So that works. That kind of sucks, though. Wow. So who's left here? Rashard Smith is still here. Raheem Sanders is a very Bears pick or take in. So I think the biggest issue with Fields was OC, but also Poles didn't do himself any favors by any means. Isaiah Bonds has off-field a couple sexual assault allegations. So that's why he's not picked. Which makes sense. He will likely not be picked. And Tez Johnson, which is kind of weird. Great NFL Combine. Had some route running issues at times at the Senior Bowl, but really fast. He's also still on the board, which I thought was really weird. Yeah, Shamir Turner, he doesn't have to. He's going to be a rotation guy, and I really like that. He doesn't have to start. I really think for the Bears, I don't think they were really big on edge rusher from the top. Like, a lot of people thought that, but I think they were more interested in getting a guy like Shamar Turner who also can play in the outside if you need him to. Like, he has that ability, but I think they wanted defensive tackle more because of a rotation. Because they don't want to march out Billings and have to have him be the rotation. That man, before he got hurt, that man was absolutely the only pass rush that we had, because everyone saw Dexter was wrecking and he was getting a lot of the double teams. And then by the time players started trying to double team Billings got hurt, which kind of sucks. And everyone started double teaming Dexter again, which kind of sucked. But I don't think they want to put out Billings and just literally have him rush the passer and be their pass rusher. I just call him Deo. I think it was Deo hold on. Once I see it, because I've heard it so many times. It's Deo Odengbo, but I just call him Deo. Yeah, it's Ode Ingbo. So Deo Odingbo, which is very, I like cool names like that. Panthers picking up the first round. I don't even know who that is. Yeah, where was I? So here, A lot of people are like hating on this Ruben Hoplite pick. I like it. I mean, immediate special teams guy. He's super fast. Probably needs to put on a little. He does need to put on a little bit more weight. But we don't have a Sam linebacker, and I don't think in NFL offenses really are only in a. They're mostly like 70% of the time in that. But I think he immediately plays as our Sam linebacker, and I like the fact that of his speed. Sanborn cannot, like, he's a good run stopper. He cannot cover. He can't do it. In this division, there's so much speed. Everyone's went pure speed right now. Like, Sanborn cannot cover. In those smash mouth divisions, you can do that. Hey, just color, what's going on? Yeah, in those smash mouth divisions, because he moved over to the Cowboys, and you're talking like Philly just wants to run the ball down your throat. The Commanders are a run first play action team. The Giants are going to try to be a run first team because they're not going to have Dart. Just keep throwing the ball. So it works in Dallas. It works in those divisions that are like that. Another division that's like that's the AFC North, which is just a smash mouth division. But in this division, everyone's speed. Bears are my team. Hopefully it is fine. It is a good year. See, I had the issue though, and I was probably alone on this, of taking another safety and just playing 3 safety sets. And there is one still out there that everyone's liking. And it's funny. Sebastian Castro. So, you know, Brian Urlacher was a safety in college. He came down and played linebacker. This particular guy was a linebacker who transitioned to safety. Castro can play that. And it would just to be the most Bears thing in the world. But Iowa, I mean, he's a good run stopper on that. So I like that. Zach Frazier. I mean, that's Dennis Allen. And I like the Newman pick. Chiefs. What? Did I change it? Oh, here it is. I wish it was sorted by division. Josh Simmons was a good pick. Like, I figured that was going to be a good one. They needed a tackle. That was a good one. Gordon and 3 safety nets would be good. Yeah, Simmons, so that's one. He should be healthy. I think he did his pro day, I believe, I want to say. So I think he should be good. Norman Lott. I mean, you're not facing a lot of run, I don't think, in that division. Well, you might now with Ashton Genty and the Raiders, but their O-line is not particularly great. Chargers are going to run the football a lot. Broncos are going to try to pass it. So, I mean, Norman Lott kind of fits that pass rush. So that makes sense. All right, man. Have a good one. So I do like the biggest one probably is Gelati. Gelati looks, he's like a Micah Parsons type. Good power. He's played off the edge. He's played in the middle. You can put him all over the place. I think he is going to be a good linebacker for them. I think he'll play more linebacker than edge. I mean, as you go into the third, Noah Williams can play that. Yeah, so the biggest thing is a lot of players that have that hybrid type where Gelati is I mean, 264 a little light on the inside, but he was able to shoot inside. But he's also kind of a little light for some teams to play on the outside. I mean, he has good like lower body strength. So it just might be something where you just get him in there. Maybe he gains a couple 10, 15 pounds and you just keep going. We'll have to see a lot on defense and the coverage is all going to be about how they do it. I mean, with the Chiefs, I mean, you have Fulton McDuffie. I mean, it's a good. I mean, Noel doesn't have to play right away, which is nice. So that's one thing. He doesn't need to play right away. So you can kind of develop that secondary is still good. Jalen Royals. I mean, he has good contact with that. He'll break some tackles, but I think the issue with this receiving core has always been injuries. Rashid Rice having issues. I mean, you got Hollywood Brown with the speed. Sky Moore hasn't been able to stay healthy. Justin Ross, Tycon Thornton are guys that just need to actually show something. Juju Smith-Schuster, I think, is that portion where he's past the prime portion of his career, but he can still be a role player. I mean, Worthy pretty much carried this team when he needed to. Worthy, Kelsey, Gray, and a running game in this defense. So, I mean, it's good, but I think the issue is ultimately going to be you need the people on your team to on the Chiefs to actually come through and play with what they need. But of course, it's Patrick Mahomes. He'll find a way to win. So in that division, it's still the strongest team, and I expect him to win that division pretty easily. Still, I do like Jeffrey Bassa. I mean, that's a good run defender, and when you're playing a team like the Chargers that are going to run the football with Najee Harris and Amarian Hampton, you need a good run defender. So I think that's a pretty good with that. I think the most like this draft the Eagles have is just ridiculous. There goes Brashard Smith. Yeah, you just Chiefs just did Brashard Smith. Brashard Smith, I remember right, is more of a power guy, which makes sense. No, he was the one that was a converted receiver. So this could be good depending on how fast. Like he's a three backs. Like this reminds me 100% of like Tyreek Hill was a receiver exclusively. Wasn't Darren Sproles? I could have swore that maybe in college, Darren Sproles was the receiver in college. Maybe he's a running back. So he was all purpose, so he was put out there out wide as well. So I think he'll be good. I mean, she just design plays around a speedster and you just play it. That's a good one. I was hoping the Bears would pick him up, but unfortunately, it's just for the Bears. Everyone's picked before us, which kind of sucks. So I don't think the Bears are going to take, unless they take Raheem Sanders. The one that confuses me is these two right here. Tez Johnson is a smaller one. He's got to put on weight. I have not looked at 2026. However, 2026 is stacked more on defense, it seems. But you never know that can happen. Because remember, Ollie Gordon was the best running back in college football in 2023. However, he was a sophomore. He had a down year in 2024, and he didn't get picked until the 5th round. So you kind of never know what can happen. Yeah, he's still there. But so I figured out, someone mentioned on PFF, they were talking about him. The reason why he hasn't been picked is he has a sexual assault allegation. That's why Isaiah Bond hasn't been picked. So if I'm someone looking for a receiver, I'm going Xavier Raspito. 5'10", 209. The guy was dynamic. I'm surprised he's still here. There goes Dan Jackson. I don't know who the Bears take at this point. To be honest, I would be fine if the Bears just trade this pick and just go into the sunset. Jacoby Bryant's still here. Or Sebastian Castro would be another good one. I mean, some guys are like that because Caleb Johnson was not great at testing at the combine, but the man on the field was faster than a lot of running backs, which sometimes happens like that. Bears Twitter has now crashed out so much that after we have a Luther Burden pick, they're saying, hey, we should draft another receiver. Oh, wow. Yeah, unless they trade back. Panthers are also done. I think the Eagles are probably done. Hey, it's Bears Twitter, all right? People crashing out because Poles didn't take a receiver or a running back. It's turned into Bears still need to address running back position. Do they trade for Kenneth Walker from Seattle? Breece Hall from the Jets. Who wears one on Jacksonville? Who is it? Is it Travis Etienne or Tank Bigsby? Or so a trade for Travis Etienne or Nick Chubb. Wow, Quinn Ewers here to the Dolphins. That's an interesting one. That's a good one. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick, and I'll be right back. So there's not any awkward silence. And I'll be right back. Well, that's the Bears are running back right there. You know what? I'm fine with this. And I'll tell you why I'm fine with this. He's your third down back. Or not your third down. He's your RB3. I actually like this. I like this. I'm actually happy with this. So I put a video on it earlier. I'll do it. It's from an NFL Insider wise. That was one thing, video that was on there. But also the issue is I saw another video where like a ball boy was trying to pick up a ball and he got in a ball boy's face and started pushing him. And you're like, wait, what? Like, it's kind of weird. So I think it's more of a character thing. But also, to kind of go through this, the Steelers, I think there was a thing where Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to sign with a team that's going to just draft another quarterback. And then he is there for maybe a year or two, and that's it. I think he's looking at some kind of security, and so is Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins has a no trade clause. Atlanta wants to trade him. And I think Kirk Cousins is saying, I'm not going to be traded to another team that drafts a quarterback. And I'm fine with that. I mean, that's kind of how it goes. That's the way teams are. But I think Pittsburgh gets one of those two. As for the Colts, maybe like they were, Richardson kind of burned him a little bit. I ain't gonna be honest. Okay, that's nice. That's a good one for them. So I feel like maybe that was the same thing, but Colts need a quarterback. What gets me is the Saints in the second round. I had Shedeur going to the Saints in the second round. I don't know. And then that's a good question. Because they traded Howell to the Vikings. Yes, they took Milroe. Okay, that makes sense. They took Milroe in the third, and then they traded Sam Howell to the Vikings, and Seattle gave Sam Darnold a 3-year deal worth what was this contract? I'm gonna look it up right quick. Seattle gave him a 3-year deal worth $100 million with 52 guaranteed. They gave a third of that in signing bonus, so it reduces the cap hit to 13 million for this year. Sam Darnold's the starting quarterback of the Seahawks. Like, that's that. But that makes sense. I totally forgot that they took Jalen Milroe in the 3rd round. So that makes sense. I don't think so. Let me look. I don't think he has been. You know what? He's a linebacker, so I can just look at it like this. Picks by position. I do not see him. See if he's listed as an edge. No, I don't see him, but likely if he's not on the list, he probably declare for the draft, but probably not on anyone's radar. However, Jacksonville, funny enough, has already signed the first UDFA. They signed him like an hour ago, and I was like, bro, what? The draft's not even over. Yeah, that happened. UDFAs are always a shit show, and teams are looking for their rosters to go up to 90 because there's no cap hits or anything. Well, no, it's not that. Pretty much everyone that's listed in like best remaining wise, all of these are more projections as guys that could be drafted. So, like when I was talking about that Jaguars player, the Jaguars player was projected not to be drafted at all. So he is not on the list. McCord's already been drafted. McCord, if you're talking about the quarterback, McCord was drafted by Eagles to be the backup for whatchamacallit, for Jalen Hurts. This is my WTF moment. The Browns are, I think it became to the 5th and they're like, the hell with it. We'll just take Shedeur Sanders. The thing is, your guards suck. 2 of them, one's 30, one's 33. And then you got Tevin Jenkins, who's fabulous when he's healthy. The guy has never completed a season when he was in Chicago, which is why they didn't re-sign him. You had an opportunity to get a couple of guards in this spot, but you go Dylan Gabriel. I'm confused with it. This is even more confusing. Shedeur Sanders should have went here. I don't know what the Saints are going to start. Let's see how much the Saints bottled this. I like the Banks pick. I don't get this pick so high is the issue. When he's like your day one starter. I think. Unless you're starting Spencer Rattler. Unless you're taking Spencer Rattler. I think Seth McLaughlin will be drafted, probably Mr. Irrelevant. The only reason he's fell this high is he ruptured his Achilles and he likely will not be ready for the season. I mean, with that, since he's a local kid, probably. As a UDFA, it kind of goes in locality, but you also never know. Because you also could have a teammate of his on a different team and you could have it something like that. Yeah, if I'm the steal, ooh. Probably the guy that I thought would not fall out is this Jalen Walker. That's a good pick. However, this trade up is a Ryan Pace special and should have never been done. So it kind of comes with a caveat. So I'm just like, eh. As I'm going through, Luther Burden is a big one. I think he should have been first round. I think Burden would have been a great receiver for here with Ibuka, and I was really hoping he didn't go to the Packers, which that could have been a nightmare. And I'm glad he's there. That's one thing. Luther Burden was a good one. Zikaraku, big. He is going to make an immediate impact for the Cowboys as a second round pick. That's a good one. I really like JTT also. I would say probably the biggest turnaround in a draft for a team that wasn't great last year is probably the Panthers. I really like their. You go with Ted McMillan, you get Bryce Young, a good fast receiver. Then you just, after trading Brian Burns, you went Nick Scorton and Emilio Mellon. They're two good pass rushers. I'm man Etienne, but Ransom, good safety on that. I do like the Giants on defense. I like Cam Scatterbo. I like this. The issue with the Giants is, and I think this one was great. Marcus Mbow in the 5th round. That was a really good pick for the Giants. The issue is, will Russell Wilson not suck? Russell Wilson is one of those ones where if he's good, he will blow away the team. But when he's bad now, he's absolutely atrocious. So it depends what Russell Wilson you got. And I can't really say like Will Johnson is a steal. He fell only this far because of a medical issue with his knee. So I mean that's a good like a guy that fell down. This is a good quote unquote steal wise, but he fell down because people are not sure if he'll make it to his second contract because of a knee injury. I think he had knee surgery, but the surgery is so rare for a football player that only like a couple of football players have ever gotten it, and they've never played a snap after that. I was reading, so it's like, is he like the guy's a lockdown corner? He's great. I would have loved him to the Bears if he made it to 22. The issue is that knee. So that was a good one. This was dumb. I don't even want to talk about Atlanta. I like Baltimore's also. Now, Mike Green falling, that makes, I mean, the allegations, that makes sense there of why he fell. But Baltimore's a good team. They can just kind of wait for players like the Eagles can with Todd Campbell and just wait for players to come to them. That's what good teams have. Like, I like also the Bills. Funny part is Bears trade. I think this is also a Bears trade. Like this one is obviously a Bears trade. So I mean, this is Buffalo just trying to get further in the playoffs. I talked about Carolina and the Chicago. This one's for Shamir Stewart. This is probably my first WTF pick also. This is concerning. Recorded just 11 tackles for loss and 4.5 sacks in 3 seasons. This is like, I'm not saying he shouldn't have been picked here. I mean, I think it's a good pick wise. They really picked him for Trey Hendrickson. The production doesn't match the value though. That's my issue. But if you like your guy and you don't have anyone to trade out, like that's what I felt with Loveland. Like getting Loveland at 10 for Chicago, probably not the greatest value. However, if there's no one to trade back with, you're not trading up, and you like Loveland there, but you say he's 15 on your board, you just take your guy and you move on with life. And I feel like that is what happened with Stewart. They couldn't trade back. They couldn't trade forward to get someone else. They're happy with Stewart. Go forth, do good things. Fairchild, I thought Fairchild was a pretty good pick as well. Bears brought him in. I mean, it's Georgia product. They're very good, those Georgia boys. So I think that'll be a good one. This Cleveland trade back, if it wasn't for this silly, dumb shit back here with Dillon Gabriel and Shadir Sanders, I would just say they were playing with Archie Manning. I think at this point, let me see who has. Who has. I want to see who in the NFL for our 2026. Oh, it's in Pittsburgh next season. Cool. Where is... All right, so this kind of gives you an idea. Next year wise. You could have... Is he even in here? Bro, they don't even have him in here. That's disrespectful. Never mind. I was saying that maybe if you're up here, if you're the Rams and you have this one with here and you have your own, you can trade up here and get yourself a quarterback. So that kind of gives you an idea is you can move up, get your quarterback, but really Cleveland with those 2 picks, I don't think that's happened. I think they're gonna completely shit the bed this year, which wouldn't be a shocker. And their picks, Jaden Proctor at tackle, and probably a defensive player. But I do like Mason Graham here. It's just this with Gabriel Sanders that I do like Sampson and Judkins. That's good. It's Schweitzinger. This is also a WTF pick for Dallas. Booker at 12. Like, I'm sorry, but Gray Zable's a better player than Tyler Booker. I'm sorry. Let's pull up another one so we're not losing. Okay. So that one was kind of weird, but I do like Ezeriku. Ezeriku is a great pick, I think. I think he's a very good pick. I think he's probably the best best and most polished edge rusher probably in the draft. I like Chevelle. Dropped here because of an injury, but I think he was mocked as a first round talent, so that's a good one. I like Jaden Blue. Like, there's a couple of good picks that the Cowboys did, but it's the Cowboys. Kelly Barron was good. RJ Harvey, that was a trade up for him. Like, that defense is scary there in Denver. I mean, this is a protection against Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson getting injured. I like Ratledge in the second. That was a good pick there. Same thing with Frazier, another good pick. So just trying to solidify the O-line, which Detroit, that's what they do. The most WTF draft, Matthew Golden at 23 is, what are you thinking? And then Belton here in the second. I think this is just to get ahead of the Bears. I'm just confused by all this. Houston, that was a good trade out. Getting this extra second and taking Ursary, that's a good pick there. Because you just traded Laramie Tunsil. So I really like this one. I mean, there's more that the Colts need to do. Probably one sneaky one. Now I was thinking this, if you merge free agency with it, Washington, trade for Laramie Tunsil, You take Josh Connerly, so both your tackles are set. You take Trey Amos. You're pairing him across from who's his name? Marshawn Lattimore. So you're putting him across Marshawn Lattimore. Zaylin Lane is a guy that comes in, takes over Zacharias' role, and likely comes in better. You pick yourselves up a good run defender in there to be more of your guys. Bobby Wagner is getting up there in age. So you get yourself like Washington came through and played some. That is fantastic. I like Wyatt Millum. Travis Hunter, I'm very glad he got out of going to freaking avoid Cleveland. Even though I'll probably see the Cleveland game because it'd be funny. But Travis Hunter could have possibly been throwing the ball and catching from Shadur Sanders, which is hilarious, but it is what it is. I like Monheim here for them in the 7th round. Developmental center has played pretty much everything but left tackle. I like Kaiser here. Jags did a pretty good job. I do like this. Yes, they gave up a 1st round pick next year and I think a 2nd round, but I think if you're doing that for Travis Hunter, who's going to play both sides, really you just gave up a 1st round pick and for this year and a 1st round pick next year to take a cornerback this year and a receiver next year, but he's all in one. So I'm actually fine with that trade back with a two-way player. I think that's fine. Chiefs, Simmons, you can sit back and wait. That was nice. They picked up an extra pick, an extra 5th from here, but they got Bassa. I mean, they're just trying to get further, just get over the hump against the Eagles. Smash Mouth football. Kyle Kennard, that's nice. Amarian Hampton, Najee Harris is going to be here. Let me just, wow. Rams just trying to get a Super Bowl before they take a quarterback next year. Vegas was actually winning and dealing. I like this for Pete Carroll. So Genty is going to run the football. Genty fell to him. Sit back and wait for your guy. Genty falls. You get Jack Beck, who's a strong, go up and catch the ball. This reminds me of a lot like DK Metcalf. Rarely drops the ball, can go up, high point it, 6'1". So that's going to be great. Then Darren Porter, just, yeah, you have Stokes for a 1-year deal. They released Jack Jones. So, yeah, I do like this. There were definitely better picks there. Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant is trying to save the O-line because the Raiders were one of the worst O-lines. Tonka Hemingway. This man is an absolute monster of Ole Miss, and Ole Miss defense was great. Like, I do like what the Raiders did. Miami, Kenneth Grant. Kind of biased. Kenneth Grant, native to where I'm from, so comes through. Like, I like Sav here. Sav was good. Jordan Phillips in the middle. Like some good. This one right here. Ollie Gordon. Who is he going to be paired up with, though? A-Chain. A-Chain and Ollie Gordon. Ooh, that is going to be a heavy duo there. That is a good one. They're going to run the football pretty well in Miami, I think. Minnesota, Donovan Jackson, safe pick. Ty Felton. I honestly don't know much about Ty Felton out of Maryland, but I think this is like a more of a third receiver, fourth receiver, slot guy. So we'll see how that works for them. But I feel like maybe some depth from edge, but in the fifth. New England did a pretty good job as well. So Will Campbell there. So he's probably going to play left tackle, I think. Or maybe he'll play right tackle at first. He's going to play left tackle. So left tackle, Henderson's going to be a good running back. You go Kyle Williams. I like how they allowed stuff. Jared Wilson, another Georgia guy. Yeah, he started 1 year at center, but Bradbury is there to start. And then, of course, he learns behind Bradbury because Bradbury is like, if I'm mistaken, Bradbury is up there. He's 29. So yeah, he sits behind him for a year or two. That's a good sign. And Woodson, Joshua Farmer in the 4th round. That is a good one for them. And then Braden Swinson. This is a good one as well, 5th round. So I think New England has a good one. I don't want to talk about the Saints. Yes, they took Calvin Banks, which had the Bears not be able to pick him. Thank you. Thank you. Otherwise, that would have been the Bears pick. I don't get this pick in the 2nd round. I think I've beat it over the head already. I like Giants sub. Abdul Carter. You pick up Thibodeau's 5th-year option. You have Brian Burns on defense. You bring in Dart. He's going to learn behind Russell Wilson. I think Wilson has a 2-year deal, so you're not going to rush out Jackson Dart. I do like that. He needs probably going to need a couple of years to figure it out. Darius Alexander in the middle. He's likely, if he's probably going to be UDFA wise. There is an extra pick because of compensation picks this year. So 256 is not Mr. Irrelevant or whatever the hell it is. I think it's 257 this year. Yeah, so this is typically Mr. Irrelevant, but because of comp picks and stuff like that, formulas, there's 257 picks this year. So there's one extra pick. So I do like that. Cam Scadaboo is going to be great. Marcus Sembo, from Purdue. This is a great in the 5th round. I feel like the Giants could do some damage this year. I mean, obviously they have the Eagles, and I'm still pretty high on the Eagles. What? I really like the Jets, though. Jets went we stretch the field with Arian Smith. Have a corner to go across from Sauce Gardner. You get a tight end. Mason Graham-wise. This man is going to go out to do a lot of pass catching. He's not Tyler Warner by any means, but I think he can do that. Play that role, that Cole Kmet role that Fields was so intrigued with. So I think that's one thing that's going to be good. Membu is going to be playing right tackle. So I think that's probably best case scenario for Amon Membu. He doesn't have to switch from right tackle to left tackle. He gets to play right tackle where he's naturally set. Olaf Ishanu plays left tackle. That's Jets O-line they've really invested in, and I do like it. And then Malachi Moore in the 4th, that was a good pick. Like, I'm loving this Jets. Of course, you got to beat the Bills. That's what it comes down to. This draft is sickening to me. Jesus. Everything they lost on defense and then some, Philly has replenished. Makuba, good ball playing safety. Chad Campbell, if not, is it Dean? I think it is Dean. Zach Bond wasn't the one, so I think it was Nakobe Dean was the one that got injured in the season. So yeah, Nakobe Dean has that injury. Campbell comes in, probably plays day 1. Robinson in the middle. You replenish the corners. You got another linebacker here. Like, you got 2 offensive linemen that can just sit back and wait. Oh, Jesus. Wow. Pittsburgh, I mean, it's always a feel-good story. I'm glad Derek Harmon got drafted in the 1st round. I like that. Caleb Johnson, very good for them in the 3rd. Jack Sawyer, like, I expect Aaron Rodgers to definitely sign with Pittsburgh or a trade for Kirk Cousins. Seattle, Zabel here. Nick Amawari is a good one. Get a pass catching tight end. Okay. Okay. Torrey Horton in here. I like Seattle's, especially Damian Martin down here. I like CJ West for the 49ers. That's a good one. Nick Martin. This was a too high of a pick for Nick Martin. This was an insane reach. Alfred Collins. I like Michael Williams. Hey, Prime. PFF is saying Dolak, Mr. Irrelevant. We'll see if it happens. PFF is cheering for your guy. Ibuka, this is a reach, but I do like Ibuka. I'm so confused by that though. That high. Luther Burden would have been a better slot. Benjamin Morrison's a good cover corner there. Just secondary work by Tampa. Tez Johnson. This one's a good one. Tennessee went very, very measured. Here's Cam Ward. Uwafemi. This is a good one as well. Kevin Winston, good safety. I mean, they just targeted needs and just went boom, boom, right through them. I like that. Yeah, I talked about that. It's a long snapper. Oh my lord. We have a long snapper. We have a long snapper at 251. That's my thoughts on a lot of the picks. I'm too big. All right. I would love for the Bears to take Seth McLaughlin as uh a center, developmental center. This would be a great one. I'm seeing Mwangi power runs all over Twitter right now. Everyone, it didn't matter if polls picked a running back in the 7th round. Bears Twitter right now was like, polls, just give me a running back. I don't care. And this man, everyone is loving this pick, even though it's literally the last pick the Bears will do in the draft. Ooh, this one would be great as well. If the Bears came in, I would like to see obviously Seth McLaughlin, Joshua Gray, Luke Lockley at tight end. Add another receiver for training camp for Xavier Respito. Sebastian Castro would be another good one to bring him in. I love it. Well, this was fun. I think the Bears had an A minus draft. Let's say A minus draft. A lot of the work they did was actually in free agency. And then with the draft themselves, it was depth and some other ones. So that makes sense. Luke Lockley went to the Texans. That's a good pick. Man, Bears media right now is crashing out. Jeez. All right, 2 picks. 2 more picks. And we are done for the day. And I will probably call it because I've been streaming for like 7 hours. And we'll be back with and we'll finish CKD next week or tomorrow. I would love to have UDFA waiver stuff, which would be really cool. So you have 7 rounds of draft wise, and then from there, everyone puts in waiver stuff. But I think that would be too complicated for the NFL. Tariq Wheezy Bridges. I like his first name. Unique. It's cool. I like it. Man, I'm sorry, but every single time I'm scrolling through social media and I see Cleveland take Shedeur Sanders. Wow. They say it's a corner. Wow, the actual response to that is crazy of Shedeur Sanders getting drafted. I'm not even gonna. ESPN really crashed out over Shedeur Sanders' pick. So, as a Bears fan, I'm gonna give my my thoughts here. So, Loveland, I think this is a B, an A to B type of pick. I mean, Loveland comes in. We'll have to see how he's using the offense. Of course, it's a new offense. We'll have to see what Ben Johnson puts together. But I think that is a good pick for Ben Johnson. Komet, just for me, traditionally, Komet was stuck playing 2 roles. And it just doesn't suit him. Because it doesn't suit anyone. Because a tight end can't play both tight end roles. So I think that was an issue. I like the fact that we got another tight end. Where Cole Kmet can be the traditional tight end and Loveland can be more of the pass catching tight end. A+ for Luther Burden. Oh my God, the fact that he fell. To 7 in the second round. Falling to pick 39. Wow. Just wow. I had him as one of the best, I'd say up there with Tetro McMillan. He should have been picked in the first round. There's no reason why Golden should have been picked by the Packers instead of Burden, but it helps us. I like Ibuka, but I thought Burden was better. They still go with Ibuka. Luther Burden is great. Now, Trapilo, I do like the fact that we pull in a guy that has not given up penalties. The Bears are bad at giving up penalties on the offensive line. I think they would rather have wanted Anthony Belton in this position. However, Belton goes to Green Bay 2 picks prior to this. So I think the pivot to Trapilo, a guy that's played right tackle consistently. Conversation, can Darnell Wright switch? Me personally, Trapilo should just compete for that left tackle position. And Darnell Wright focuses on right tackle. I like that because then if you do it, then Karan has to compete at right tackle. So does Braxton. It's a clusterfuck. Just don't worry about it. Have him compete at left tackle and go for it. Jameer Turner, I like this. The guy that can play outside or inside in this defense, but also doesn't have to be the primary guy. Deo is the primary guy on the outside. His money speaks for itself. He's going to be playing. You don't pay someone $18 million to be a second pass rusher. You just don't do it. So Turner becomes that second guy that can kick outside, but also in the inside, playing the 3-tech and all that good stuff. He doesn't have to be the main guy. Dexter's there. You have Grady Jarrett. You have then Andrew Billings for one more year. You don't know how he's going to be with his pec injury that happened mid-season. You don't know how he's going to be going into the season. However, Turner is your 3rd or 4th rotation guy. Pickens hasn't really did much, Zach Pickens, but you hope that maybe he can be developed into something. That he can sit back as your 5th guy. I think the guys on the roster bubble, Chris Williams is probably gone, and a couple of other ones. I think they stick with those 5, with Zach Pickens being the one that takes that 5th spot. Ruben Hippolyte is a guy that's, well, he is a guy, but he's one of those guys that has the speed, and I think that he can contribute as a slime linebacker. Obviously, NFL offenses or all NFL defenses, because of NFL offenses, will be in the nickel a lot of the time, or most of the time. So I expect a lot of that in this Bears defense, but I think having him compete against Sewell, that would be one for the same linebacker. Maybe you bring in Kazir White in a 1-year deal to come in and compete as well. You have him in free agency, so that's out there. So I feel good with that. For the secondary, Zach Frazier, a depth guy. He needs to get better in man coverage, but I think this is a straight Dennis Allen pick right here. Yes, he's 23, 24. The guy's an absolute monster in speed. Got good length. Picks the ball off. Good instincts. I think for Frazier, this is a pick where Dennis Allen isn't happy with Terrell Smith or Stevenson in their development and man coverage. I think Zach Frazier might be the one that gets the spot opposite Jalen Johnson. I mean, Kyler has shown as he's grown, not the greatest at man coverage when he first came to the league, but he's gotten better at man coverage. So I think Frazier can come in and do that. Newman projects as a guard. I think this is a pretty good depth piece. You don't know Bates' health. He couldn't play center last season because of a shoulder injury. He couldn't play last season to begin with because of a shoulder injury, and then he couldn't snap the ball because of some stiffness and some arthritis in his shoulder. So he's kind of forced into playing a little bit of guard, and he didn't do a whole lot of that. I saw him a couple of games he was out there, but arguably Newman comes in, he's more reliable. You hopefully him. Maybe if Braxton Jones does play on the left side, Chipulo can be that guy in case you have an injury that can play inside or out. That's a good one. And then I'm probably going to butcher his name. Monang. Hold on. I'm gonna see. How exactly do you say this guy's name? How do you say this man's name? Oh, I'm about to hear someone say it. Oh, so I think this is kind of a C, depending, maybe a B to C. I think this one is a B. This one's kind of a C as well, average. We'll have to see how this works out. I think this could be a C as well. Newman looks pretty good for this value at 6. And then Monangai is his name. So Kyle Monangai in the 7th. Ooh. I'm gonna get, because I'm a running back advocate. The Bears should have got one for the 7th round pick for a physical back. I think this is going to be a B to A pick in the 7th round. I think it's going to be a great pick. All right, I think I'm going to call it for the day. It's been 7.5 hours. I'm going to go do some video editing and stuff like that. I'm feeling good. We'll have to see. Training camp is next. Let's see how the Bears actually go at this point. I feel really good. So we'll see how the Bears actually do. Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. These draft stuff was actually pretty fun to do. I had a blast actually doing it. First year of actually doing something with the draft. I do love that. First time doing something like this. Hopefully you all enjoyed it because I certainly did. I don't think there's going to be a lot of... I don't normally do a lot of football content. It's a lot of gaming content wise, but nothing crazy. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing some reactions to the picks. Maybe we'll have a couple videos and whatnot for all the Bears picks, and we'll see. So thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys. If I'm not streaming tomorrow, we'll stream on Monday. We'll get this done with KCD, and I will see you guys then. Thanks for hanging out.